Evening all. How are we all? Sorry for the late start tonight. It's all been a bit hectic around here with our pre-Christmas preparations. Oh, that sounds awesome, Velvet. Hopefully you'll get to use that on StarSim soon. As soon as we do the sublight flight model, I'll be implementing like HOTAS support and that sort of thing. So yeah, it'll be fun to give that a try and get it up and running. We just need something you can do donuts around to do all the so test out all the RCS. Or hugging the donkey if we're using Orville parlance. We're not quite ready for Christmas yet, we're nearly there. I spent most of today doing housework. It's quite nice actually to get out to the office and sort of be in this haven of tranquility that I have here. Yeah, I have an idea of what might be causing that little white ball problem. I know what it is, but why it's happening is still a bit of a mystery because it shouldn't be happening. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the material that renders them so that that material disappears if you're a certain distance from the camera. So rather than having that white ball surround the ship, it will just be invisible so you won't be able to see it. It's a bit of a bodge, but it will fix the problem. At least, in the meantime, until I find out what's actually causing it. Yes, those are indeed StarSim mugs. There. And StarSim pens as well. It's a test batch we did for some merch. We haven't actually gotten around to setting up the merch store or anything yet. It's still on the very, very long to-do list. But yes, things like that and mouse mats and things will be on the merch store eventually when we have one. I always pull an all-nighter. That's kind of my routine. Well, that's true, actually. Yeah, I need to make some slight adjustments to the game logo. We need to add just a small tagline under the logo so that we can properly copyright it. We've already got it all first, so you can't have any left by now, surely. Yeah, good question, Simply. So, if I give you a quick overview of what I've been doing and why. Right, let's just fire up the game a minute. This is probably going to chuck a bunch of errors. Yeah, I thought it might. Hang on, let's fix these errors a minute and then I can show you what I've been doing. So yeah, that can go away, as can that. This is an old blueprint anyway, which we're no longer using. Oh look, I didn't even show you what I was doing because I've left the camera on my face. See, I'm out of practice. Sorry guys. There you go. Now you can see what I'm doing. That's what happens when you have a week off. Right, so at various points throughout the sensors, we are generating and displaying data. And one of the biggest challenges is generating that data at the right time and in the right quantity in order to maintain performance, because obviously we've got a one-to-one scale galaxy with a few 100 billion stars, and that data has to be managed. So we have the description here, which was being generated by the sensors, and that is no longer the case. This is now being generated by the Galaxy Gen itself. So we have a look up here at the Galaxy Gen. When we generate, hang on, let me find it. When we generate a sector, the last thing we do after generating all the stars and all the various bits and pieces is we just generate all the descriptions for the sector space. So that one's quite straightforward. But the reason I've moved that off of the sensors themselves is because that data needs to be available in more than one place. So it makes more sense to generate the descriptions when we generate the sector, rather than trying to cobble together a description on the sensors using the sector data. So just do it all in one hit and then it's job done. And because we're doing that per sector, it only happens once, every 100,000, every 100 light years. So it's not too much of a data problem there. We had a similar issue with the long range. So you can see here that the descriptions are not showing because they're now being generated differently. So like with the sector descriptions, the descriptions for that are now being generated when we actually generate the star system. I don't have that one open. But again, I had to take it away from being generated on here and move that generation of all the text descriptions across to the star system gen instead, because again it makes more sense to do it that way around. And then what will happen is we're generating different versions of the summary depending on how much of that system you've explored. So what it does is it generates all of those different versions all at once, and then when it comes to listing those star systems, it just then picks the one that's relevant to the exploration level. So again, it's just streamlining the process and making it a lot more data light. And then we have a similar thing here. One of the things I'm going to do with this, so when it comes to the full class for the star and its spectral analysis, and of course these two are tied together, so that is an M3V spectral diagram, is they'll be revealed as part of the level 1 data, just so that you're getting something out of it, because otherwise there's literally nothing to reveal on a star. And then the overview will update accordingly. So again, we'll have different versions of this data squirreled away as part of the generation. So all the sensors have to do is just pick the one that's the most relevant at the time. And then that data is also available elsewhere as well. So rather than just generating it in an isolated way on the sensors panel, the data is contained within the star system data. So whatever system anywhere on the ship that accesses that data, things like the descriptions are already pre-populated. So we don't need to do this work again. And kind of the thing that triggered all of this is because I realized as I was going through and looking at these things that the data that's displayed here and here and on here, like this one, is essentially all the same data. So you're actually displaying the same information. So what the sensors is having to do is it's having to generate that information 3 separate times, again in isolation depending on which mode. So as having that data as part of the generation at generation time means that we don't need to go through and do the same thing 3 times. We're just pulling out the data variables where they exist. So all in all, this is just a streamlining and making it easier sort of process. The last part of that is the text signal side of things. So again, when it comes to generating these descriptions on here, which of course you can't see right now, I want to mention the fact that there is habitation on these systems in the summary once you have discovered that fact. So like with this one here, we know that there's a text signal, we know that someone lives there, so that information should be in its description here once you've uncovered that. So what we need to do is add a couple of additional flags to the exploration data. So the struct that we've built to store how much you've done, how much you've explored and what you've explored, we need to add some life stuff to that as well, because in the long run, of course, we'll have a lot more data in those individual civilizations. Rather than just the brief description that we've got here, we'll have in-depth information about their governments, their religions, their arts, their culture. We want to go like crazy deep with that information, and then the specifics of that information won't be revealed to the player all at once. You'll have to kind of eke it out through doing science on various artifacts. So to like uncover their history, you'll be doing lots of archaeological research, bringing up things to the ship, taking them to the science lab, doing some science on them, and that slowly unlocks all the information that's relevant to that species. So of course we then need to track how much of that you've actually done. So that's why all that needs adding to the exploration data. And then the last point on that is, of course, we've got backer systems as well, and the backer systems aren't being generated procedurally. They're going to be pre-populated as part of an SQL database. So of course we now have a database table with all of this information pre-populated by the backer, and then we need a way of accessing that and bringing it into the game as those civilizations have been uncovered by other players. So all this needs to tie together neatly. So by moving the generation of the descriptions away from the sensors and onto the Galaxy Gen and the Star System Gen, it means that when we actually generate that data and read the SQL database, we're doing the same job. We're just grabbing those descriptions from different places. But when it actually hits the sensors, as far as the sensors are concerned, they don't know whether it's procedural or whether it's been manually populated. The sensors then don't care where that description's come from, only that it's populated as part of the data. So again, it just streamlines the whole thing and kind of future-proofs it a little bit to make it easier to flesh out. Right. Hopefully that has covered everything I've been doing this week and why I've been doing it. How far behind are we? Yeah, so as Claire says, we're definitely hoping to have it out over Christmas. I'm not sure exactly what point over Christmas yet. I'm hoping to have the sensors description and data display done tonight as part of tonight's stream. So tonight we'll be working on all of this and making sure that that's done and making sure that all this is populated properly. Because again, we're not having to actually do the work on here now, we're just reading it from the data. So I just need to make sure we're reading the right fields. So that should be done by the end of this stream. couple of things I can remove like this, just get rid of it for now because it's not hooked up to anything. Same with the cross section. And then I think we can call the sensors done in terms of the demo. The only two jobs that are remaining after that is I need to redo this model here to make sure that the screen fits. And that's no biggie really. I'll just make a desk with a bigger screen. And then just flesh out the missing panels on F deck and D and E decks. So pretty much it's mostly modeling, and I imagine the last thing I'll do is probably the updated tutorial for this as well. That also needs doing. So we're down to the last fiddly little bits and pieces for this update. Would a local database be needed to save the changes to a procedurally generated culture caused by the player? E.g. breaking the Prime Directive causes a new ancient aliens religion to emerge. Yeah, so the way we're going to handle that is every procedural culture will have a unique ID associated with it, and then what we'll do is, as we are conducting science and doing exploration and scanning things, there'll be a separate save file with that ID associated with it. So we'll be able to track player interaction with a given species via that ID. So when you come back to that star system at a later date, it will, for example, know when you were last there, because we'll obviously track that. And then if we want to simulate, I guess, temporal events having happened since you were last there, then obviously we can look at how long you were there last and then work out, you know, what could have possibly occurred in that time period. So if it's been like months and months and months since you were last there, then we can progress things in some way, you know, based on your interaction with them, or not at all if you just said hello or something when you were passing through. So yeah, there will be a method to track players causing things to happen for different civilizations, especially when it comes to, you know, if you've got like two warring factions and you pick faction A over faction B, that we'll definitely want to have some cause and effect there that's saved. Yes, thank you, Welper. I'm feeling a bit better now. So yeah, I've again, unless anyone's missed it on the previous streams, I've had a kidney stone for the past month or so now. I don't think it's gone yet. I think it's still there because I do keep getting pain every now and then. So like on Wednesday, I spent 7 hours basically just curled up in a ball crying because it hurt so much. Kidney stones are not fun. But, you know, touch wood, these past 3 or 4 days I've not had any issues. Interesting question, Ishtar. Yeah, when you start exploring, obviously that is saved as part of the save game. By default, Unreal Engine does encrypt that data, but there are tools where you can sort of pick apart standard Unreal save games. Some of it will be plain text, so things like the backer systems, the real world systems, and anything else that we use an SQL database for, you'll be able to just add to that and edit that as desired. So if you wanted to add 1,000 custom worlds to your game, you can just go on the SQL database and just fill it out. Obviously that's only relevant to your game because no one else will have it, but you can just go ahead and do that. But when it comes to saving the exploration data, I can't remember now whether I'm saving it to a separate file. If I am, then you can just rename the file to match the the naming convention of the new save game, because there'll be numerical IDs. So it'll just be like single player save _1, single player save _2, and so on. And then sort of exploration data _1. So if you were to change _1 to _2, then it would load that exploration data for the second save game instead. So if you wanted to start a new game but keep your exploration data, then you can just rename the file accordingly. Well, I'll have to have a look. I can't remember whether I added it to the bulk of the save data or not, but I will look into it. Doodlypop, it actually already is Steam Deck compatible. We do have people playing it on the Steam Deck. It's not native, but people are playing it. I guess I don't actually have a Steam Deck yet, so I haven't actually had a chance to test it. I'm assuming they're installing it on the Steam Deck and not streaming it. But what they have to do is they have to use like keyboard and mouse emulation, because there's no controller support yet. But once there is controller support, then you shouldn't need to jump through those hoops and it should just work. But apparently the Steam Deck runs it quite well. Yes, Ishtar, we can write to an SQL-like database as well. And we'll also be writing out to a full SQL database. So that's one of the ways we're going to, at some point in the future, set up like multiplayer sessions. So you can have multiple crews in separate multiplayer games, all exploring the same physical galaxy by sharing an online SQL database. So if one group of players meets an alien race and, I guess, does a successful first contact with that alien race, they will then be friendly to any of the other players that share that same database. So the data is shared across all of them, and they'll also be able to do things like send text-based comms between all the various ships in the game. And even to the point where you'll be able to see the other ships in the game, but you just won't be able to interact with them, because the only way of communicating between all the different various ships is writing and reading data from an online SQL database. There's only so much real-time stuff you can do with that, but we should be able to do positional data. Will it be PS4 compatible, and will it be free on PS4? Unknown, that guy. We're not going to look at console or any kind of console port until early access is kind of done and dusted. So we want to get the PC version done and like the full vertical slice done and everything all polished and working nicely. Once we're happy that that's then ticking along, then we'll have a look at consoles. I would have thought we'll probably go Xbox first, because it's a DirectX platform. It's going to be the easiest to do. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge after early access. Merry Christmas, Cobalt. Feeling much better, thank you. I've had no pain this past 3 or 4 days, so fingers crossed we're over it now. I hope so, anyway. Like, one of the only things that like took the pain away was just standing in the shower. So I'd have like 6 hot showers a day just to take the pain away. Let my suffering be a lesson to everyone. Drink lots. Stay hydrated. Kidney stones are bad. Right, let's get on with something. there will be a full in-game tool, Cyprian, so you can design everything with an in-game UI. Oh, good question, CSI. I was looking at the calendar earlier, and I believe Wednesday is Christmas Day. Hang on, let me just double check. So where are we? Wednesdays. Yeah, so Wednesday is Christmas Day, so obviously we won't have a stream then. I will be busy with family. So the next stream after today will be the 29th. We shouldn't have anything happening on the 29th. So yes, 29th will be the next stream. We added something quite recently, King Moron, where you can change the zoom level. Obviously, we're kind of stuck with screen real estate size, so we can't really make the text or anything any bigger because the screen's already pretty huge. But what we have done, which I don't think I can show you because if I press escape it's going to end. Hang on, I've been meaning to fix that. Let me just change the default a minute. What would that even be under? Do shift escape, then that should solve that. There we go. Yeah, so on the settings here under accessibility, we've now added a zoom amount slider. So by default it's 50. So if I go to like 10%, you can see that obviously it doesn't zoom very much at all when you press the right mouse button. But if we go all the way up to 100%, now when I press the right mouse button, it it zooms into individual pixels. So if you're having problems seeing the UI, well, that's kind of trippy. Yeah, then mess about with this, and that should make that easier for you. Does it work in chairs? I think I may have just found a bug. Oh, that's interesting. No, it doesn't work while sitting. Okay, I need to fix that. But yeah, so this is the best, the best compromise we can think of for the visual accessibility issues. And the other thing we added along those lines was, where is it? The crosshair. So you can change the crosshair size here, or this crosshair type. So if you're struggling to see the crosshair, then you can have a much bigger, bolder crosshair just to see what's going on. But yeah, so I need to fix the zoom when you're sitting, because obviously that's not updating. Yeah, wooden ships. What you're finding there is basically part of the Galaxy gen, which needs to be refined and tweaked a little bit. So obviously gas giants are generating, but the way we're generating the Galaxy now is very different from the demo. We're actually doing it properly with core mass accretion. So we start off building a ball of rock, and then the amount of mass in that ball of rock depends on how much metals there are within the protoplanetary disk. If the protoplanetary disk is really metal rich, then you end up with much bigger rocky balls. And then what it does is it looks at whether or not those rocky balls can hold on to molecular hydrogen. If they can't, then runaway gas accretion can't occur, and therefore they cannot be a gas giant. So I think some of the code surrounding that is perhaps being a little bit aggressive. So runaway gas accretion's not happening as perhaps as often as it should, which probably means we're not making big enough rocky balls often enough for that runaway gas accretion. So it just needs tweaking. So the code is sound, the science is sound. It's just we need to tweak how big those rocky balls get, how often, and look at the protoplanetary disks and how much of that mass we're using every time we generate a planet. It got complicated, basically. Ooh, congratulations, Firstus. We'll have to definitely give you a shout out on the stream on the 29th. Right, so where were we? So these guys weren't generating their descriptions, were they? So let's figure out why not. That one. Oh, that'll be why. Yeah, so what we need to do now in this new world is essentially this. So we are looping through our explored locations, and then if we find a match, we take the relevant text field depending on how much scanning there has been. So it means we don't want those ones. Where are we doing this? In the event graph. Okay, so populate that. I don't know whether they're encrypted or just compressed, Ishtar, but I know that generally they're not plain text. Yes, Zenevant, definitely. So one of the big storylines with the first story campaign is going to be around the origin of humanity and generally all intelligent life in our region of the galaxy. So there's going to be a lot of hidden stuff revolving around that you'll have to find out through science and research. I'm trying to keep it secret so we don't have any spoilers. Yeah, Cyprian, it does. Basically, we use galactic regions and distance from the galactic core to define how metal rich a planet is, and obviously their age as well plays a factor. So you'll find that the most metal-rich systems are going to be the ones, you know, in or around an open cluster, and generally, you know, the leading edges of the galactic arms. Systems between the galactic arms are going to be older and therefore less metal-rich, and I can't remember now off the top of my head which way round it was, but basically distance from the galactic core also plays a factor, and I can't remember whether it's the further you go the more metal rich it becomes, or the other way around, but that's catered for as well. So it's not a random distribution, it's all based on the physical structure of the galaxy. We'll have to see, Leo. Obviously, we're kind of up against it at the moment because we want to get this demo out by by the end of the Christmas period at the latest. We were hoping to get it out by Christmas Eve, but of course I've spent the last week being ill, so that hasn't helped. But yeah, so we'll get as much done as we possibly can. The VIP quarters are the lowest priority thing on the list. Getting FDEC polished is much more higher priority, because we don't want to basically break stuff which is like generally okay in the demo. We don't want to have anywhere that's a step backwards, if that makes sense. But yeah, so you know, if we can get some panels onto them, then yes, we will. Hey Delta, welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. Thanks, Dope. Yeah, appreciate it. And yeah, so the amount of depth and work that is going into the sensors gameplay is absolutely indicative of every other role aboard the ship. So, you know, how much detail? Yes, basically. Right, I need to go borrow some code from somewhere a minute. Where are we? Was it this one? This one will do. Actually, while I'm doing this, it's also worth pointing out another thing I'm going to have to change a little bit. So right now, this is our exploration data. So we have a simple Boolean to cover long-range scans and medium-range scans. So that's simply like, have you scanned this system? Yes or no. Really, really simple. But then when it comes to the individual planets, obviously we track those individually. So we have an arbitrary system whereby if you've conducted a long-range survey, then we just say arbitrarily, right, that's 10% of the exploration work done. When you've done a medium range, that's a further 15, so that's your 25% done. But that's 25% regardless of how many bodies there are within that system, which ultimately is perhaps a little bit simplistic, and it makes some of the other, it introduces other problems. For example, if you fly directly to a star system, scan that system, just an individual planet up to like knowledge level 3, then so you've now got one planet with knowledge level 3, but you haven't actually done a long range or a medium range survey. So that's going to really confuse the system, because as far as the system's concerned, you've not touched that system at all. So it's not going to know how to calculate the percentage. So if we instead track it on a per planet basis, so when you do a long range scan, it adds that first 10% to all of the planets individually rather than just recording it for the whole system, then that means that we can then properly calculate the full percentage for the system per planet or per scannable body within that system. It's just better than doing it this way. Basically, it's more future proofed for what we can do with it in the future, and it means that if you do a long range survey on a system that say only has one planet, then that's 10% genuinely for the whole system. Whereas if you've got a system with 2 planets, then it will actually say 5%, because obviously you've only done a relatively smaller amount of work for the system as a whole. If that makes sense. It'll just make that exploration percentage more accurate if we scan it, or if we record it per body rather than per system. So that's just something on here that needs updating. Right, so just need to calculate which one of these to use. We just grab that one just to test it a sec, make sure we're actually pulling the description off properly. No worries, Leo, have a good one. Great, yeah, so we're getting the data, so that's the good thing. Now we just need to make sure we're getting the right data. And again, the complexity of working this out, we have to do this sort of per list item in the end. So when we're listing all the star systems, we have to jump through these hoops per list item. So if we can refine that a little bit, that'll help with performance as well. Fortunately, it only does do it the moment that the list item is rendered, not when it's added to the list. So it's not too bad. Okay, so look for our explored locations. We look for a match with our current sensor data. Yep, and it's the one we're currently clicking on, so it's that one. So that grabs out that. Okay, so level 0 description is basically unscanned, and then level 1 is if it has been scanned. So essentially we then need to grab that. We don't need this bit yet. So we'll do that afterwards. Don't need to worry about that. So if that is greater than, if we work that backwards, so if it's greater than 25, Where's our text fields? Right, so that's a little bit long-winded, but well, at least solves that problem. We don't have a way of storing whether or not we've met the alien race yet, so that needs to be added to this. That should at least tell us whether or not we've done a long-range survey. In fact, let's make that of course it'd be 0.1, wouldn't it? Because yeah, we're dealing with decimals at that point. So yeah, so if it's higher than 0.1, then we can use our level 1. So what I want to do with this, actually that's another point that I've been kind of labouring over the past few days. I was going to have the description on this list here change from like an M class star to an M3V class star, depending on its class. So we actually, if you've done the work and scanned it, then obviously you get more information here. But for a lot of systems, like this one here on the Gaia dataset, it's going to show a name rather than just the star class. And we're only using the star class here as a placeholder before we build the system to actually name stars with our own catalogue reference. So in short, I won't do that now. I'll leave that as is. But when it comes to the description of them, we want to be able to reflect the fact that, like on these ones, we've done a long-range survey, so we need to make sure it reflects that fact here and gives us a little bit more information than one where we haven't done that long-range survey. So we just want to make sure that we're gleaning more the more work you do to uncover the information kind of within those systems. So on that note, we need our system gen code. So before, we had the text fields stored here as part of the struct. We now have a separate struct within that struct where we're just gathering all of the various text-based information about this star system. So again, we can, when we do all the work to generate this star system, we have a lot of information on hand already because we've just gone through the process of generating it to be able to build these descriptions. So we'll have information available to us that we can use here that we wouldn't necessarily have immediately available on the sensors. So it just gives us more scope for generating those descriptions. And again, this also needs to be compatible with whether or not this is a custom system. So like with these ones here, for the real world stars and the backer stars, we're setting this flag to true. And if that's the case, it's going to use the name of that's come from the database, essentially. So whatever name that happens to be, it'll use that rather than generating a procedural name. Yes, Anasi, there will still be hot Jupiters. So again, the system uses core mass accretion. In fact, I can show you here because this is just happens to be where it is. So we conduct our core mass accretion based on a curve, and then we basically take that mass. So we got the mass of the rocky body, which we then convert to kilograms, because it's a mass fraction versus Earth. So Earth is 5.972 times 10 to the power 24. That's how many kilograms the Earth weighs. And we take a fraction of that mass for each of our rocky body. What we then do is we then calculate whether or not it can do whether or not it can hold on to gases. So you can see here we're taking the atomic mass of molecular hydrogen and working out the thermal velocity and seeing whether or not that is greater than the escape velocity. If the thermal velocity is greater than the escape velocity, then this rocky body cannot hold on to molecular hydrogen, therefore it cannot be a gas giant. At a basic level, at least. Obviously, if it's lower, if the thermal velocity is lower than the escape velocity, then that rocky body will start to accumulate molecular hydrogen until it goes into runaway gas accretion, and that's when you end up with a gas giant. Now that obviously that can still happen at any point within a star system. It's just more likely to happen on the outskirts of a star system, because the solar wind pushes all of the hydrogen and ices, basically it pushes them all the way to the outer system, leaving just the heavier elements within the inner system, just because of the fluid dynamics of the protoplanetary disk. So it is rare to get hot Jupiters forming, at least in the inner solar system. I would think most hot Jupiters have migrated to the inner solar system and are slowly being burned away. So they will have a finite lifespan in that location, because the solar wind will strip the atmosphere, and you'll end up with just a gas giant core floating in orbit, which is something we want to add, actually, just like solid iron balls just around some stars where all of the gas has been stripped away. Yeah, a hot Jupiter could definitely be a binary companion, basically a failed star at that point. Loosely cobalt, yeah. For when we're classifying an Earth analog, we're definitely using the Goldilocks zone for that, and our criteria for an Earth analog is going to be quite tight. So we will be looking at things like oxygen saturation based on pressure. Obviously, whether or not you can breathe that atmosphere is a combination of the amount of oxygen within the gas and the pressure of that gas. It's not a simple equation. It's very variable. It's an organic process, because the higher the pressure, the less oxygen there needs to be, I believe, because I can't remember what it's called now. There's a ratio, basically, that it has to be perfect in order for that atmosphere to be breathable. So that needs to be the case in order for that planet to be considered an Earth-like. So it's going to have a breathable atmosphere, a similar gravity to Earth, a similar topology to Earth, liquid water, temperate environment, that sort of thing, and that's for life as we know it. But that doesn't preclude the existence of life elsewhere. So we will have space-based life, and we will have like silicon-based life, and extremer files in environments where life isn't expected to be. But we definitely want to explore, scientifically, the plausibility of life forming in non-Earth-like conditions. Yeah, gas giants being stripped away and therefore being egg-shaped. Yes, we definitely want to model that, including having the gas stream as well visible as it kind of gets sucked up by the star, or indeed a black hole. Porting to the Mac. There's no technical reason why we can't have a Mac port. It's more a case of I don't use Macs, I don't have a Mac. I tell a lie, I do have an old Mac, and I turned it on, realised that the scroll button was opposite to Windows, and went ugh and turned it off. That was just it just immediately felt uncomfortable. So if we have a developer in the future working on the team that is competent with Mac development, then yes, at that point we can definitely do a Mac build, but only when we can support it. So we wouldn't want to put a Mac build out if we don't have a developer on the team that can then support that build, because invariably some things are going to be different with a Mac build versus the PC. There might be bugs that are only apparent on the Mac. We had a similar thing when we did the Orville. One of our developers just happened to be developing on the Mac, so that made life easier. But we would have issues crop up on Mac builds which weren't there on Windows builds. So, we definitely need a Mac expert on the team before we can look at that. But, in Unreal Engine, when you come to do your platform build here, obviously we're building on Windows, but there are many different platforms that we can build on. I think I've got most of them, if not all of them, turned off. But yeah, so within Unreal Engine, you can just select, Mac, Linux, and whatever else. Android if you wanted to be insane and try and make it run on a phone. Hey Don, yes thank you, I'm feeling better. Yeah, see, we have the same problem with Linux in that I don't use it myself personally. I mean, I have done in the past, and when I was a network engineer, obviously I had to use it quite exclusively through terminals. But, I've never had it as an actual PC gaming environment. So, if we have someone on the team that does and is proficient at developing on a Mac, on Linux, then yeah. There's no reason why not. Again, Unreal can do it. There are Linux options here, and you can package it under Linux. But again, if you can't support it, then as a studio, we can't put something out that's really unsupportable. And if something goes wrong with it, I'm not going to know how to fix it because I don't use a Mac or Linux. Quite right, Ian. Yeah, sorry, we get chatting, don't we? Yeah, dedicated servers will definitely be a thing. So we'll have a headless client that can run for hosting the game. There are a few extra hoops you have to jump through to get them working. But yeah, we do have everything we need for dedicated servers. And we'll probably have that come up as a separate product on Steam. So where you see the game normally on Steam, you'll have the headless client available as well as a separate product under the game at some point. it's quite low on the priority list right now. A lot of this stuff, things like dedicated servers and the more proprietary stuff, most of that we're going to wait until we've got early access done, and then we can kind of take a step back and expand things in slightly different directions. Yeah, I reckon we're about 95% ready for Christmas at the moment. Just a few more bits and pieces to do. Most of our family are arriving tomorrow, so we just need to make sure that the house is up together and everyone's got somewhere to sleep and all that sort of thing. Where was I? Ah, yes. Right, so for our... So that's not level 1, is it? That's level 0. So this is the default description. And then level 1 is our long-range survey, post-long-range survey description. And then this is the description that includes alien race details. So for the demo update, a short-range scan of the planet will unlock all of the data that's available for an alien race. In the long term, that won't be the case. Some of the information you'll get through speaking to them, some of the information you'll get through performing archaeological studies on some of their stuff, especially if they're a dead race and you can't speak to them. Obviously you'll have to do everything through archaeology. But for now, scan their home world and you get all the information. Yeah, I used IRC a lot, and ICQ as well. Although ICQ is it's more of a direct chat program, isn't it? But yeah, IRC back in the 90s. The thing with Discord is we generally treat that as our office space. So all of our volunteers and the people we work with, we all work remotely. So other than, well, I suppose Claire works remotely technically because she's not in the office with me, she's in the house. So we're all working remotely as a team, and Discord is where we do all of the stuff that we would normally be doing in an office. So we're having a meeting, it'll be done via Discord. If we're just hanging around the water cooler chatting, it's in Discord. So if you're on our Discord server, then technically you're hanging out in our studio's office. It's like unparalleled access to the inner operation of the studio. You can literally stand next to the water cooler whilst the devs are chatting about the game. That's how I like to look at it anyway. If you meet the game, Cobalt, then you can certainly try it. I can guarantee it won't run on Android. This is going to be an enormous list, I expect. Yeah, huge. Actually, I might be able to not use that giant list. Yeah, there's 70 odd star classes there, if not more. The editor really hates doing selects on them as well. But if I do this instead, and then we take that, do that, do that, and then do that. Then that works. So that's an O class, an F, a G, a K, an M, an L, Okay. A B, a G, a K, a T, a Y. There, that's a lot simpler. Although, that said, these last three need to be slightly different, don't they? So these are brown dwarfs. That's a brown dwarf star. That's an L class. So an L class, AT and AY. Okay. We need to add, preferably before the demo goes out actually, we need to add a supermassive black hole as one of the options here rather than stellar mass, because at the moment it's treating SAD-J as a stellar mass object, which is quite wrong. So we don't need to do this calculation because we definitely know how many objects there are. Yeah, so when it comes to the, again, adding all the life text, we need to check for that separately. So yeah, maybe store that as a separate text field completely, because again, you might not have done your long range survey, but you might have met that species already. So you know they're there, even though you haven't scanned their world. So we'll store that as a separate thing. In fact, we'll use that one. Yeah, level 2 or level 3. So what I might do is, as part of the description for the system, include things like whether or not there is a habitable world within that system, just as part of the description. I'll add that a bit later, but that's there's some fleshing out we can do here to make the descriptions on here a little bit more meaningful. Right, so these ones here shouldn't be saying just M class. They should be saying M3V on that one. What are you? You're also an M3V. Which would suggest that it's not picking up this correctly. It's because I've set it to higher than 0.1 rather than higher or equal to 0.1, because of course these are, yeah, they're showing as 0.1. Why are they all showing as 0.1? Oh, I know why. Because I'm an idiot, that's why. Oh no, I'm not. I'm already clearing it there, so weird. Wrong place. But yeah, I'm clearing it there. So it should always start at 0. But we do need to clear that every time. That's the problem. Just nullify that, just so it's reset to defaults, which means it won't be populated with actual data unless there's a match. And then that needs to be higher than or equal to 0.1. That's better. So there's a very simple difference between these now. So this one just says M class and that one says M3V. Just to reflect the fact that we have a different level of exploration data. To be honest, we could add that to here. Yeah, why not? Yeah, so this is another one of the chicken and egg problems I was running into, is that when we generate the data for the star system, which we will be doing here, so when we do this, obviously we don't know at this point whether or not this is a known scanned system, so we can't populate in here, for example, what the current exploration percentage is, because that's a live organic value which is changing over time, which happens outside of generating the star system data. So we can only really put things in here which are set in stone, which means if we want to include how much of the system has been explored in a text description, then we need to add that here and then append it. So we have to do something like format the text there, so we'll go for our normal description, and then explored underneath like that. So that would go into there. And then we'll do something like this system has been present. And then we'll just multiply that by 100 to turn the decimal into an actual percentage. And then we will round that to a integer, so we don't have any decimals. That should work. So over time, we will flesh this summary out with more pertinent information. We basically want this to be sort of a one-stop overview, especially if you're in multiplayer and the captain shouts over at you, can you give us an overview of this system? It gives you something to read out, and then all that information is there ready and waiting. Right, so there's a couple of jobs we need to do here. Namely, stick that under a level 1. Yeah, so what I might do actually is move the physical characteristics up here, format it nicely so it's not all kind of just a jumble of numbers like that, and then put these both under a level 1. So once you do the survey of the system, that reveals this information. Yeah, and so we don't want it also to be saying the actual full class of the star until you've conducted that survey either. So we need 2 versions of the overview text, a simple version and a more expanded version, and we need to make sure that the name of the star there also reflects the fact that it hasn't yet been scanned. And then the only reason to do this really is just to make conducting the survey a little bit more worthwhile, just so you start off with minimal information, and then the act of initiating that survey kind of fleshes out the data that's available to you. Much better, Erix, thank you. And yes, I have a face cam now. I started doing this about, what was it, 4 or 5 streams ago, something like that. I thought I'd inflict my face upon you all. Yeah, we're still planning to have the demo out in December. We've got, how long have we got? A week and a bit. And again, in that week, it's predominantly just modeling work, which, to be fair, is the slowest thing I do, but we will see how much I can get done. I think what we'll do is we'll probably take it day by day. Look at how much modeling I've got done, how much more there is left to do, and we'll wait to the point where enough modeling has been done that it's good enough to go out for a demo release, and that's what we'll use as our benchmark. We'll aim for good enough, but there are a couple of blockers right now. So the lack of the tutorial for the new sensors is definitely a blocker. We can't put the demo out until that's been done. So I need to do that sooner rather than later. And then that aside, it's just going to be any major bugs that are really messing things up. So I don't think we've got much in the way of blockers. It's mostly just the tutorial and bugs. And bugs are generally quite quick to get rid of. Right, so that's that one done. So the next one we need is the detail view. And now that we're generating the data in one place and reusing it, most of this should now just be copy paste, which is nice. Right, so we've got that summary there. Yeah, then we've got the name. Yeah, so it's not that one, is it? It's that one. So that one's going to be a minor bother. Right, so when we generate the central star, right, so that one's actually level 0. There's a bug with Unreal that if you rename a local variable that's in a collapsed graph, it loses the reference to it. So the variable over here will successfully be renamed, but then it no longer knows about that variable. It doesn't automatically update, which is a pain, but you can fix it by doing that. And it's also hit and miss as to whether or not it does it. It's like it didn't do it that time. Worst kind of bug, the intermittent ones. Although it did do it there. Right, yeah, so that one's that one. Yeah, and that one should be that one. Fine, I'll do it that way. Right, so let's generate a one name. Whoops, forgot to put my Discord on Do Not Disturb. Sorry about the ping. That wasn't you, that was me. I see what's happening. So, right, yeah, so we are actually populating the two different names. But I don't think we're actually picking from them properly. So that means we're only using the scanned name. Right, so basically we just need to do this. And then make sure for the planets are appropriately sorted. To be fair, I don't know why I didn't condense these. Like these ones are fine. Like all those gas giants could just be one of these. There doesn't have to be one for each. Why did I do that? Do need though is we need the same thing there for stars. So basic name, scanned name. reason I'm using that for black holes as well. I'm sure that's going to come back and bite me. You only care about the long range on that one. Right, that should solve the problem there. Let's give it a quick test. Do you mean along here? Because button location has been a little bit of a pain. It's not too bad here. The long range is all right, and generally speaking, for the medium range is all right, because obviously the center helm button is on the same box as the coordinates, so that makes sense. I mean, these ones, that would mean quite the rejig, because the idea with the layout is you've got the configuration panel here, so this is where you configure the sensors, and then you've got the output on this side, so this is like input configuration and then output data. So if we move things like these buttons over here, then a lot of the flow is going to be broken. The other thing as well is I need to separate sensor controls from holo display controls as well, and I'll probably do that once we've actually got the display controls on there. So see, there's an interesting thing there. If we were doing it in a simple way, we can have the zoom controls as hover buttons, like physical buttons that are just in the air, generated by the hologram, associated with the display. So for example here, so say you're the captain and you're sat here, and then you could stand in front of the display and have an actual interface you can use in front of you to zoom in and out and explore the data physically in a three-dimensional way with your own little control panel, which is independent of what's happening over here. And then the buttons over here purely affect the actual sensors themselves. They have no effect on what's happening over here on the display. So it kind of divorces these two panels from one another. Because the idea being, of course, is that the holo display is not for the benefit of the sensors guy, it's for the benefit of the command staff. So everything the sensors guy needs to know should be here represented in 2D, and then the command staff get the 3D version of that same data, so that it's a copy of the data. And I prefer it that way. I prefer completely divorcing the controls, but it does remove the ability for the captain to say, can you zoom in on that star? And then the sensors guy is like, nope, because that's your button. I don't have that button anymore, you do. So it removes the ability for the sensors guy to actually zoom in on stuff for the captain, who's just kind of sat there chilling in his chair. So it's going to need a little bit of thought. But we're definitely going to add holo controls on there, so the captain will definitely be able to control the hologram. Yeah, exactly, do it yourself. But how disconnected these two panels become, or two displays rather, is what's up for debate there. Yeah, so the sensors, so basically the way this is designed is that, like, when I target a star, so as far as the sensors are concerned, you know it's targeted because it's highlighted. But on the 3D display, you know, this is the equivalent of it being highlighted. So, you know, obviously the captain can see that, right, you know, that has been targeted by the sensors. And I guess if the captain then wants to zoom in on that area of space, then, you know, they would have to physically press the button. So they'd have to physically get out of their chair and actually interact, you know, with the tactical holo display. Yeah, that works. Yeah, or you know, or we just have a control switch. So, because I'm going to have a similar thing for engineering as well. So, with a lot of the engineering controls, you'll be able to switch those controls from the bridge to the engineering control room and vice versa. So, like, the chief engineer could, you know, come up to the bridge and do some of the work from the bridge rather than being stuck down in the engineering control room. So we could have a similar thing here where you can hand control over to the holo display and as an actual action that you perform, because, you know, again, we don't want you know, the captain pressing stuff over here and messing up what's happening over here, because we do want, and this is actually the patch cycle 226 is when we're going to be working on all of this and adding bridge NPCs that you can interact with, and the ability to interact with the holo display as well. So, you know, when the captain comes along and, say, clicks on that Y-class star, then we need a way of flagging to the sensors console that the captain has clicked on that. And we could do that by way of maybe a different highlighted border color, or some additional buttons. Like where we've got use sensor target over on the helm, we could have something like use command target. So if you click use command target, then whatever the captain has clicked on will become your active target. So little things like that. We want the relationship between the two to be like a symbiotic relationship and an efficiency driven relationship, because ultimately, you know, this is the command center of the starship and it needs to be efficient. So, you know, the captain needs to be able to say, right, you know, I'm interested in this star here, like, point at it, you know, it's physically touchable on the holo display, so that the captain has indicated that star system. So the sensors needs to say, right, okay, you know, here's all the information we have on that star system, I'm conducting a scan, here's the scan output, and, you know, obviously the holo display then updates to show that information. So that relationship between the sensors guy and the captain just needs to be really streamlined and comfortable. Yeah, I prefer that option, Airikes. Yeah, could you please get out of your chair, walk over to the thing that's right in front of me and press the buttons for me, because I literally can't be asked. That's a good idea for us, yeah. Yeah, and the pilot will also have the command target as well, AJ. So right now we've got a use sensor target button, but we'll also have a use command target as well. So the captain will be able to physically interact with the holo display, click on, it doesn't necessarily even have to be a star, it could be like a ship. So click on the ship and say, right, that's the command target, that's what the command staff have highlighted. So once that object has been touched by the command staff, the sensors will get a use command target button, the helm will get a use command target button, and even the tactical console will also get a use command target button. So that action of the captain clicking on that thing in 3D space will be reflected on all the different consoles that have any kind of interaction, even the comms. So the captain could click on a ship, go to look at the comms guy and say, can you hail this target? And then obviously the comms guy knows which target to hail because they'll have a command target button that they can then press. That's the kind of dynamic we're going for with the captain crew relationship on the bridge. Right, what was I doing? Right, yeah, this. So right now it says M class star. If I do a survey, that should come up as an M1V, looking at that.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
I thought we were going to have a Claire visit then, but she's just passing through.
Hi, everyone. Bye.
And she's gone. I don't know whether you heard, but it's like howling wind and rain outside at the moment. We're in the middle of our second storm. I was too busy looking at Claire. Yeah, so that did work. Good, good, good. Right, so that needs changing over there. I have tried to get her on camera, but it's a challenge. Where is it getting that description from? Oh, it's making its own. Yeah, so basically we need to take this and then move this over to the Galaxy Gen side here, because again, the work we're doing to generate the data here, we have to do in triplicate for each of the different sensor modes, whereas if we just do it on here and do it once, then the various sensor modes are just reading that data. They're not having to generate it as part of the sensor output. So all of this really becomes redundant at that point, because all we need to do is just take this text field, grab our a description, whack that in there, and that's job done. And then none of this is then needed. I'll have a look now, CSI. I've noticed a couple of issues with it, like not updating like the first time you use it, but then it does on the second. So, okay, so we're on show all. If we go to O, well, there won't be any O class. The fact it's showing the inhabited worlds all the time is a known issue. So B class, it's not seeing any. Obviously, if we zoom out, there'll be a bunch. A class, F class. So it seems to be working. Okay, yeah, so inhabited should only show inhabited, not all the rest of them. Yeah, so the inhabited worlds shouldn't show up when you switch to, like say, O class. They shouldn't be there. Similarly, when you go to inhabited, that should be all you see, not all the other stars as well. There's obviously a bit of logic gone wrong there. Obviously the inhabited filter is just there for testing, so when the demo update goes live, that won't be there. Neither will these buttons. Yeah, it's definitely a this week problem, but yeah, not necessarily right now. Yeah, those stupid little balls. Actually, let's just go back in the game again. So just as a point of reference, all of the stars you see in the sky are in fact little balls, little low poly balls. And we're rendering those little low poly balls around the ship. And in reality, they're only like a couple of 100 kilometers away. They're not that far from the ship. They used to be a lot closer even, but when you went to the external ship view and zoomed the camera around, you could actually see them moving, which broke the illusion of being really, really far away. Like if I... Do we not have an external view on the demo map? No, okay, fair enough. Can't show you that, but yeah, so that was fixed by making them much further away. You can kind of see there, if you zoom in on them, they are actually spheres. So those spheres move all at once because they're attached to an anchor point. So as that anchor point moves through space, they get dragged about. And that anchor point moves in the opposite direction to the ship. So the ship's orientation and rotation and movement is opposite to what's happening in the sky. Obviously, because if you go forwards, they need to go backwards towards you to simulate movement. Now the issue we've got is because we are offsetting the route of that actor based on the center of the galaxy. Now, when you're around Earth, you're about 26,000 light years away. So that's 26,000 units away, which is quite a long way, which means that that route is quite a long way from where the little balls are actually rendering. And then we set the location of those balls in local space within that actor based on their actual position in the galaxy. So when we generate our 3x3x3 grid of stars, that grid of stars is offset from the route relative to where they are in the galaxy. So when all those things are added together, they appear in the right location around the ship. Even though all of these are different distances away, they are all the same scale relative to your location. So the further away from you they are, the bigger they get. So it scales them in real time, so they all appear the same size in the sky. Now the bug seems to be that as you fly towards a star, obviously its imposter, which is the little dot imposter that we have here, is moving closer and closer to the ship physically. So it's moving closer to the world origin where you actually are, and obviously it's trying to make it smaller and smaller and smaller as it approaches your location. And then what it should do is it should stop rendering the little dots when it loads the actual star system. So when you pass within half a light year of the star, that triggers the load of the star system, and then the little dot is obscured by the big glare from the star. So if you're parked right in front of the star, then that proxy actor is technically right on top of the ship because you're right up against the star, but it should be invisible. You shouldn't be able to see it. And what seems to be happening is the code which checks to see whether you're actually in that system or not isn't recognizing that you are, so it's still trying to render the little distance proxy even though you're on top of it, which is why you get the ball right next to the ship. So what I'm going to do as a bodge for now to stop that from happening is I'm going to just alter the material that renders the little blob in the sky and just have it so that it's distance based to the camera. So if it gets too close to the camera, i.e. like a mile away, then it will just go invisible naturally anyway from a shader perspective. So even if it's not being physically hidden, the shader is at least not rendering the texture. So the net result is the same. You can't see the thing. The wobbling is a floating point error, and that is something that should improve over time, probably when we work on the sublight engines, because in order to move the star field as you're flying through it, we're having to offset it's basically a scene component that has a bunch of instanced meshes attached to it, and as you're moving that scene component with all those meshes attached to it, obviously that needs to be relative to your position in the galaxy. Now if we did it using galactic coordinates only, then the stars would be going like through the sky, because your galactic coordinates are only updating once per light year, and it takes a good few seconds to travel 1 light year. So the movement of the stars in the sky would not be smooth. So in order to give it the smoothness that we need, what we're doing is we're looking at where the ship is within relation to that 1 light year cube, and that's a value which is a maximum of half a light year in centimeters, which half a light year in centimeters is a really, really big number. And then what we're doing is we're doing positive that value and then negative that value, and then that range is the equivalent of positive 0.5 to negative 0.5. and then we're adding that to the galactic coordinates to then to be able to move the star field sub-light year distances. So rather than having that like 1 light year, 1 light year, 1 light year, we're now doing much more gradual updates as the ship traverses through that space. But because the ship position is in centimeters and it goes all the way out to half a light year away from the world origin, that huge number basically has floating point errors because it's a large float. And that means, because of those floating point errors, those little balls are like wiggling all over the place because they can't quite, hone in on where they're supposed to be, because like that crazy decimal number is never the same, like never exactly what you want it to be because of the floating point inaccuracy. So in order to stop that from happening, what we need to do is we need to scale down the physical simulation of the ship. So rather than being at a 1-to-1 scale, it's like at 1,000-to-1 scale, something like that. Where rather than being half a light year in centimeters, it's maybe a couple of 100 kilometers in centimeters instead. And that will remove all the floating point errors. So when we're doing that range mapping from the actual physical position of the ship in the world space to that decimal sub-light year number, we're working with much smaller numbers that are within the 64-bit float limitation, because it is using large world coordinates, which is a 64-bit number, but it's still causing issues, because even though it's a double, you still get floating point issues after a certain distance. So yeah, that's a really long way of describing the problem and saying that yes, I know the problem, I know how to fix it, but I need to rebuild the system that moves the stars out of the window, which is essentially the real-time traversal of the galaxy. So it's a really, really big job to fix, and not something I'm going to be doing during this patch cycle. Technically that is cheating already, so we're already cheating the visuals, because obviously we are the only way to cheat it is to see the problem is knowing where the ship is within that 1 light year cube. And the only way we know where the ship is by looking at the physical ship that flies around, because there is actually a physical version of this which you can't see, it's hidden, that actually flies around physically in physical space, which is able to collide into things and have full physics simulation applied to it. Obviously, again, the ship interior is actually physically static, so what you see out of the window is being driven by an invisible ship that's physically flying around. But yeah, the only way we know where that is within a star system is by actually going there within the physics simulation, because we take its world coordinates and use its world coordinates as the location within the 1 cubic light year. So we would have to maybe divide that by a large number to reduce that centimeters down to something more manageable. But even then, we'd probably still encounter the floating point errors, because you're still doing the division on the really large number to begin with. So you're still going to have that floating point problem creeping into the result of the division. So even though you're mapping a much smaller range, you've still got those floating point errors. So scaling down the physics simulation is the only way of combating that. Yes, thank you, CSI. It was seeing it recorded was helpful in knowing what on earth was going on. Have a good one, Wooden Chips. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you as well. I was looking at this, what's nice. So we want that one, that one, that one. Right, so we need to generate that overview for stars. Right, and these ones are picking up a different one. Yeah, so technically the data that gets generated here is going to come from the same place as the data which gets generated for here. And then we can, once this bit's done, we can copy paste all of this onto both the medium range for here and the short range for here, rather than having to build those separately. I'm always a fan of being able to just copy paste it. Okay, Ian, have a good one and Merry Christmas. And yeah, of course, so I won't be seeing any of you on stream now until after Christmas. So yeah, for anyone that is heading off, Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a lovely New Year. Although we will have our pre-New Year stream, of course, on the 29th. Right then, so we need to do some stuff there. So let's take not that. Where is it? That. So we'll just take a copy of all of this. Whack it onto there. Okay, and then we can just collapse that down. And then what we're doing is the star. Just generate the star description, and we want to output that as text. So we're not doing that or that, we're just doing that. And again, we're not reading from the sensors data anymore, we're now taking these values directly. So what are you? So that's star class. We can pop into there. And then that would be that one. So temperature would be that one. Right, that's all them replaced. Okay, and then age would be that one. That's all them replaced. What are you? That's that one. Okay, so the only chicken and egg problem we've got now is knowing how many planets there are. Of course we won't know yet because we're generating this description for the star before we generate all the planets, so we might have to come back and inject that data afterwards. So yeah, we're going to be without that one. sure I can do this more efficiently. But essentially numinous, yeah. So we can draw things at different scales. So for example, nebulas within the game. So we have nebulas which are like 20 to 30 light years in radius. They're practically 100 light years wide, some of them. And we have multi-light year sized objects that you can fly around because of the way we're moving them around outside the ship. So like outside here, just hopping again. So basically we're not using a sky map texture, we're generating space dynamically. But for things like a nebula, they move separately to the stars. So we know where the ship is within the galaxy. So we know where the nebula should be relative to the ship. Now we don't need to render the nebula at a one-to-one scale. It only needs to be at the same relative scale. So like these stars, for example, are only a few hundred kilometers away physically from where I'm stood, but the relative scale places them the same distance apart visually. So the same is true for a nebula. So for a multi-light year sized nebula, or even 100 light year sized nebula, we can render that at its relative scale relative to all the stars in the sky. So physically, in terms of the game world, it could be a couple of 100 kilometers wide physically, but because it's moving so slowly as you're flying through it, so obviously as the ship's moving 1 light year, you're only moving the nebula like a tiny bit, so it still takes you the same amount of time to fly through it, even though it's only a few 100 kilometers in size. It's all about those relative scales. So for like the entire Milky Way itself, we can have a fully volumetric Milky Way galaxy, not with stars, but with a cloud structure, and that could be a physically accurate Milky Way. In fact, we intend it to be a physically accurate Milky Way, and that can be again correctly sized, relatively speaking, and we only need to update the position of that, say, once per light year, because something of that scale, you're not going to notice it moving at the speeds that you're flying at. So updating its location once per light year is probably perfectly granular enough, and that will give you the effect of being able to fly high above the galactic plane and see the whole galactic disk laid out before you, 1-to-1 scale, relatively speaking. So it could be, say, 1,000 kilometers wide physically, but relatively, because of this, we're moving it at different speeds, it is its correct size. Still takes the same amount of time to fly from one side of it to the other, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's all about scale switching, and yes, it's an illusion, but it's a good illusion, and you can't tell the difference. So that's the main thing. Right, so I'm going to need multiple versions of this description, aren't I? So I am going to need to add another text field on here. Yeah, because we're going to have our level 0 and our level 1 description, just to be awkward. Which means this struct is going to need an additional field, so just save that a second. So as always, because of the bug, we need to edit destruct and then force close the engine to stop it saving everything. So we need our large body text fields, which is going to be in here somewhere. Right, so this is L0 description. I know. It's unavoidable, I'm afraid. I may as well actually give these their proper name. I don't think these type fields are actually even used for anything, but I'll leave them for now. And then we'll have default L0 name. I'm adding these because sometimes I use the Sol system for defaults, and that gets really confusing when it suddenly comes up with Sol as a name. And it confuses me because I think it's actually generating Sol when it's not. It's just using that as a default name. At least if I do the defaults as this, I can see at a glance that it's pulling a default value rather than the actual value. Right, so I've updated it, I've saved it, and you can see all of these now look like they need to be saved, but no, we do not. We do not save any of this because it will corrupt all of them. Yeah, definitely volumetrics. So like the galactic disk, what the goal there is to have a fully volumetric galactic disk, with as much detail as we can throw at it, and then that's essentially a static volumetric object, and then we just move that around really slowly to simulate it takes you a long time to get across it. Yeah, I've had some corruption already, and funnily enough, that was a struct as well, because it auto-saved whilst I was editing the struct, and that caused all kinds of corruptions. But I was able to retrieve it all. I back everything up to a second hard drive and on GitLab as well, so we both have like on-site and off-site backups. Right, there we go. Proper names now. So we got our descriptions. So the L0 description doesn't need this. It actually needs just. Yeah, the star name would probably do it, to be honest. Hang on, are we capturing that from here yet? No, sector location name. then rather than doing that monstrosity there, if we get that, we can certainly generate planets that are of that visual style. So something like Pandora with, you know, giant magnetic floating rocks. Yes, there's no reason why we can't do that. We can't call it Pandora, but you know, we can do a planet of that style. Although, you know, with access to the SQL database, you can add it yourself if you wanted to. I think I really overcomplicated this last time, actually. I know, overcomplicating me. But yes, believe it or not, I did. Wrong node. Hey, 3D Addict, good to see you. And yes, Merry Christmas. Just a few days to go. That monstrosity can go, we don't need that anymore. Actually, I was going to use this string output from this, but it actually has the word star in it already. And I want to capture the fact that it's main sequence. So, yeah, I'll just have to do those manually. That's fine. To reference the fact these ones are brown dwarfs. Do none of these will ever actually come up anyway, because this is just stars and the stellar mass black holes that we're referencing there. So that just needs to be class. And pop that in there. Don't need that, don't need that. So we can't do anything about the orbiting bodies yet, again, because we don't know how many there are. Right, so that should give us a pretty simple level 0 description. And then the level 1 is just that in more detail. So yeah, that's like overcomplicating it, so we'll take that out. Oh, did I miss one? An O, a B, an A, an F, a G, a K, an M, an L, a T, a Y. That's right, isn't it? I got an F. Yeah, AF wouldn't work. I can't think of any situation where I would say AF, because the consonant starts with a vowel sound, because it's as in F. So because you're using a vowel sound, you would precede it with a consonant. That's how I understand it anyway. I'm going to leave it as an F for the ease of pronunciation. Right, so we need that final planet type again. I don't want to do a switch, do I? I'm going to do a select. Yeah, right, so this one needs... that one needs the class reference, so that's an O class main sequence star. Right, and then we don't need this monstrous giant enum, because we can just convert that to a string. Oops, same as we did previously. So that's N and A, and then we'll duplicate them again for the T classes and stuff, which is, so that's a brown dwarf. So an L class, a T, a Y. An O, an A, an F, an M, and then a B, a G, a K. Won't bother with those yet because we don't have any yet. So there's our description, there's our temperature, and there is our calculated age. And again, I'll have to work that out separately for the number of bodies orbiting. So I think, yeah, the other thing we can add to this actually is just an indicator of where the habitable zone is. That's something we've got in the demo currently, and I think that's a useful bit of information to have. But then we also need to highlight that on the UI somehow as well. Yeah, languages have a lot of weird nuances. Just for the sheer fun of it, Claire is trying to learn Scottish Gaelic. I mean, she is Scottish, sort of, you know, by ancestry. So she's just doing that just as a fun hobby. So I thought I'll try learning German, because, you know, I did German at school, and, you know, she's using Duolingo, so I thought, oh, I'll try learning German on it. And yeah, it's very similar to English, but there's, you know, quite a few differences. Our second highest community base, sort of by number, is German for the game, so I think it's a useful language for me to learn. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if I can make it pop up and say that, that would be good. I didn't do as well with French. I found German easier. I think German's probably closer to English than French is. Done that one. Right, then we're doing this one. Okay, so that's that bit. So just need to do the check there that it's actually pulling out the right value. It's yeah, it's treating the explored ones as unexplored, so that's fine. We can just add that. To be honest, we'll thieve the bit of code we did for the other one. Where are we? So. Don't need that. So now that I've got that, I can delete all of this. And then the only thing we're pulling out of this is the text fields, which of course are now pre-generated, which makes the sensors side of things much more efficient. And this is how it should be on UIs. I've mentioned this many times on stream now, but I'm really trying to make sure that the UIs and the widget panels and things are only ever just reading pre-computed data and just displaying that data rather than generating data, because essentially, you know, they are just a user interface. They're just a way of displaying information, not creating it. The moment you start to try and manipulate and generate data within the widget blueprints, then you find that you start spreading out where you're doing stuff. So you'll have some things happening on the blueprint, some things happening on the widget, and it all gets a bit messy. Right, so we need to work out what our explored data is on this one. So if we take, where is that one? Actually, no, not that one. If we go back to that one. Yeah, and then steal basically all of that. Okay, and then we just pop that in there. So make sure we're clicking on the right thing again. So selected location details should be the right one. Okay, right. Hopefully that will grab out the right description now. So that's correctly showing M3V, and that one should not show, it does not, great, perfect. So does not show the full class, does not show the full class, and the scanned one does and does. Okay, so that's all working. Okay, so the last things we need to do with this is hide that behind the scan level, hide that behind the scan level, move that one up, maybe. Just thinking about the pertinence of the information and sort of, you know, why you care about any of this. So this stuff is arguably more useful than this. I'll see how this looks once it's been formatted properly. It might actually look okay. We don't want people to miss the fact that, you know, obviously we've got a proper spectral analysis on there. Are we planning to make a trailer or update video for the demo release? Yes, Judah, I will be making a video over, you know, basically doing an overview of everything that's going to be in the patch notes. So what I've changed, you know, what's been updated, you know, where we've improved things, etc., etc., etc. we won't have the time to do a trailer video for it, so it's basically just going to be me speaking to the camera and running around the ship talking about it. No differently than what I do on stream, just as a video. Yeah, potentially airikes. I mean, the long-term plan with the spectral analysis is to make it dynamic. So obviously, you've got all the various chemical lines on the spectrum. I think these are the hydrogen lines. I can't remember off the top of my head. So what we'll do is we'll have buttons underneath for the various chemicals. And when you toggle those on and off, it will actually draw the lines on the spectrum for those chemicals. So you can see exactly which chemicals it's showing in the stellar atmosphere. In terms of gameplay, this serves no purpose whatsoever. It's literally just there for, just scientific interest, and maybe perhaps as a bit of a learning tool. I knew practically nothing about spectral analysis before, researching this and implementing it into the game. So, it would be nice as part of the learning side of the game. Again, we're passing on the concept of what a spectral analysis actually is in astrophysics terms to the full player base that are playing the game. So our hope with the game is that people are going to learn the principles and concepts of astrophysics just by playing the game. So if they ever encounter a spectral analysis in their lives at some point, they'll know what it is because they've seen it in the game. Yeah, arrows could work as well. Yeah, definitely for atmospheres as well. Yeah, if we can narrow down all the different chemical markers in the atmosphere, then definitely that'll help with just gleaning that information that you need, whilst exploring. Because ultimately we want to build a tool that allows you to conduct real science and actually really explore these procedural systems. I mean, yes, they are just procedurally generated, but the data is still real, so they should be scientifically sound as a star system, and all of the data that's being generated should be cross-referenceable with itself, to scientifically validate that this is indeed a perfectly valid, plausible star system that could exist out there for real somewhere, because everything about it is real, if that makes sense. Yeah, me too, Festus. It's like the difference, or rather the full spectral classes. So, I knew what an M-class star was. I didn't know that the V meant it was a main sequence star, and that there are M1 through M0. M0 being the hottest and M9 being the coolest. I didn't know that before making this, so yeah. It's great. It's great as a teaching tool because you just naturally pick stuff up. That's what I'm hoping, Anasi. Like I said before, I really hope that, especially once we got the Sol system really, really fleshed out, with a lot of this kind of data available, for an astronomy class, to be able to bring the class into the game, and to be able to bring all this data up on the holo display and have the class all looking at it and interacting with it. I think it's a much more physical interactive way of learning things like astronomy, rather than just staring at really kind of cold textbooks which, you know, are really, really dry and not very engaging. You know, I learn more through doing. So, you know, getting students involved within the game and actually getting them doing the research within the game, I think, yeah, as a teaching tool, that's amazing. Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll do nuclear physics. Yeah, obviously there are going to be some aspects which have to be gamified. Yeah, I can imagine that if this was a class environment and you had a bunch of teenage students, I'm sure that it wouldn't take long before like 3D printed fish gets thrown around everywhere at people's faces. Right, so descriptions are done, namings are all done. So yeah, I guess the next part of that is we need the same information for the other outputs. So we're going to have to do this again for them. To be honest, this should really be a macro. Am I doing anything in it which precludes it from being a macro? I think these are all, like, none of these are local variables, so yeah, if I make that an input, that an output, then this could be a macro. Because I foresee it being used a lot. That's about right. Okay. Obtain exploration percentage. Yeah, that'll do for now. Or rather than accepting text inputs, might need to make this a variable for it, but if we output that instead, and don't output that, and we can just do that instead. Makes it a little bit more generic, depending on what we're using it for. Yeah, I think if we add an educational mode, then the educational mode will remove things like alien ships attacking you. So we'll have it so that it just focuses on the science of the galaxy. and not, you know, the procedural alien races that might go around shooting at the class. And then we'll lock them to the bridge, or maybe lock them to A deck and the lounge, and then lock the lounge doors so that they can at least look out the back windows. Where will the name be displayed on the ship? Well, the ship name will be pretty much everywhere. So, yeah, all over the place. It'll be next to every docking port. Basically, any access point to the ship will display the name somewhere, including, you know, right across the back and the shuttle bay. It'll be displayed in big lettering, both at the upper hull at the front and at the lower hull. Yeah, all over the place. Do I variable this? I suppose I should really. There could be no ambiguity with it then. We're checking the explored data versus a location rather than a specific thing. And then we are simply spitting out what the percentage is for the given location, which as a macro makes more sense. It's more generalized, because we're not necessarily always going to be using this particular struct. Which means, although we're still generating coordinates, the struct is going to be different, and that would make the macro fail. Okay, that works then. And then we also need that for the other one as well. So let's get rid of some of this unnecessary tabbage that we have open. So the other one was that one. I do have 3 monitors, but they're only 1080p. So I don't need that. I don't need that. That can go in there. Welcome back. So I don't need any of that. just need that. Yeah, that's better. So we now need to do basically the same thing for the other overviews. So that was the long range. So on the medium range, it should be slightly more straightforward. Summary. So we're never going to use the summary on there, only the details. So the summary can go. Lost it. Where'd it go? Then we want that one there. So technically none of that should be needed now. All we need to do is just break that. That's weird. Why is that going to the long range one? That clearly isn't that. What? That's confusing. So the search is targeting that, which does not match the search term at all. Very weird. Okay. Medium range, sensor output medium, overview medium. Text medium range sensor data overview, text medium range sensor data overview. Oh, Unreal, why do you be so weird sometimes? Right then, so all we need to do there is break that. And then do a macro. Of course, we also need our coordinates. Pop them in there. Greater or equal than 0.1. Do a select on that. Okay, if it's true, we use that value. If it's false, we use that value. Which means we shouldn't need that at all. None of that should be relevant, so we can just pop that straight into there. And there is our medium range overview. Of course, I don't want that, I want that. Yeah. Welcome to the bug generator. There we go. So the bug in this case being the fact that that text box is not wrapping. Fortunately, that's an easy one to fix. If we have the right one. There. Let's make sure these are all spaced the same. trying to work out why this one is 35 pixels down and it's right below the text. This one is also 35 pixels down and it's not right above the text. Does that one have different? No, it's still aligned to 0. Oh, there's padding. That would explain it. It's better. We need to auto wrap. I think that was the font combination I used. Yes. So my chroma 10, spacing of 100, and the details. Of course, planets, need to do those as well. Overview, my chroma 10, spacing of 100. Okay. Did I mention I hate working with UIs? They're so fiddly. Rawr. So this stems back to what I was talking about on last Sunday's stream, where you cannot auto size the background because it's a separate widget that's been imported. So it's not a child of that widget, it's occupying the same space. So because it's not a child object and you can't make it a child object, the underlying border box doesn't know that it's there, so you can't scale the border box around it, so you have to kind of scale this manually. I agree, Firstus. Yeah, it will definitely be called the fiddly update. All the fiddly stuff. What am I doing? Right, yeah, so if we grab not that one, that one. So that's 465 by 120. So we need that one to be 120 as well. Which means we can fill that up like that. Not sure what that dotted line there is associated with. That. What are you? Oh, right, that's the overlay for that. So actually that one can come away because we don't need knowledge level 1 for that. So that one can get gone. So we don't actually need those. I do wish it wouldn't go back. So I don't think I need to reorder the data layout on the medium range. It should be the same as the long range, but I will just double check. So we've got overview, spectral analysis, photosphere, physical. Oh yeah, I do, because that doesn't need to be there. So overview, physical. Right, so that one becomes photosphere. And that one can be the spectral analysis. Just basically to set them up so they're all the same. And it's a little bit confusing because from a usability perspective, once you've fully explored or fully scanned a star system, whether you're on the medium, long or short range sensors, it's literally the same data being displayed on all three of them, but that's simply virtue of the fact that you've unlocked that data and therefore it is available to you. So I did debate making the sensors live data only, so they can only show what they can show based on their range and everything, and then have like an astrometry mode where you can recall previously scanned data, but that just made the whole thing very clunky, and it is easier just to have that data there because you have performed the action, you've scanned the system, that data is in the computer, so it makes sense to backfill anything that the sensors can't necessarily resolve because you know that it's there already. So the computer just fills the gaps in. But it is a little bit weird having the exact same output on every single mode for fully scanned systems. I think it's one of those just live with it things. Yeah, it's not a bad shout, Tego. Or maybe show it in a different colour. I think I'm going to need two versions of this actually, because we need the version for the star, which is going to have different information, and a version for planets, which I believe is what I did up here. Where are we? Long range, summary. Yeah, so we've got the star details and the planet details. Just wondering, actually. I think what I might do is get these two exactly how we want them, and then copy paste them down instead. So rather than trying to reconstruct them, we'll just copy them. That'll probably save time in the long run. And I just need to go through and rename them after that. Yes, I've already got a volumetric shader for doing protoplanetary disks. I want to work on it some more because it is literally just a fog disk, which is great but not detailed enough. We kind of need bits in it, so we need planetesimals and young protoplanets that are just being formed, but in terms of just the background haze of the dust of the protoplanetary disk, yeah, we can definitely do that. I'll probably do that at the same time as we do volumetric rings around planets, because the code needed to do a volumetric planetary ring is literally the same as a protoplanetary disk. You're just doing the same thing on a much bigger scale. So yeah, we'll definitely do that. Right, so I want to bring physical characteristics up to there. And then we want to separate that information into an actual proper table. Different from a nebula, because the nebula generally doesn't have bits floating around in it. So the thing with a planetary disk is we need little bits of rock and ice, just small objects, gravel, that make up the actual disk. So rather than just being a dusty haze, it needs to have some substance to it. It'd be nice to have it as you fly through, just having small rocks bouncing off the ship as you fly through it, something like that. A protoplanetary disk is the same thing on a much larger scale. So it's like, yeah, it's like a stellar ring around the star that has all the same kind of gubbins in it as a ring around a planet, just much bigger scale. And I guess this is the important point, we need gaps in the ring where planets are being formed. So we need to be able to draw maybe either a series of splines, and then obviously each spline can be a ring, and then we'll leave a gap and do another spline for the next part of the protoplanetary disk, and just do that outwardly through the system. So we're leaving those gaps where planets are being formed. And we'll probably do the same for planetary rings as well. So we'll have splines where we draw the volumetric disks, and then we'll leave gaps for moons, so we can have a moon clearing a path within a planetary ring, which would be really cool to have. But yeah, essentially it's the same thing for both. So if you can get one done, then you've got both done. But yeah, exactly, sort of ping ping thud crash. I have to see how I can do that effect, because obviously the ship interior is stationary. So as you're flying through the ring, we're going to have maybe a particle spawner which fires particles at the ship, to sort of simulate that movement. We'll come up with some solution for it that will look cool. Actually, same with black holes. So when you're actually in the event horizon of the black hole, or rather the debris disk around the black hole, as you enter into that volumetric disk, it would be nice if it was just spraying things at the ship. So you've just constantly got like little bits just hitting the windows, and because you're in that mass of just turbulent rubbish, spinning around the black hole. I think that would look really, really cool. With Starbuck in the back somewhere going, nothing but the rain. Yeah. The Voyager intro with Voyager reflected off of the rings. The scales in there are just wrong. They're just so very wrong. Yeah, definitely Delta. Yeah, so there's a few things along those lines we want to accomplish. We want to have a black hole eating stars, so we need to have that curved tail of gas just going into the black hole as it's devouring its star. And the same thing with two stars of relatively equal mass sharing gas between them could look really cool. Obviously things like comets with tails. So there's lots of things along those lines that we definitely want to get in there. Yeah, for sure, Gayfesh. It looks pretty. That's what counts. Right, so summary done. Right, so that needs to be horizontal box. I suppose as long as we have the same number of lines each time, that shouldn't be an issue for us. Although I suppose yeah, we're going to need a series of vertical boxes in there as well. So we got one box for the headings, one for the data, and then we also need, we need the comparison to Sol or Earth or Jupiter, with regard to gas giants. So yeah, so for that we need lots of text boxes. One. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course, it's not big enough. Oops, list radius. Basically what I'm doing here is I'm separating out all these data points into separate data points, so separate variables, so that they can be properly tabulated. Just makes it easier to see and to read. I apologise for how exciting this is. Wouldn't want anyone to wet themselves involuntarily. Thought it might be. It's just so exciting. Apologies. Just wondering whether I center that, to be honest. I'll see, that might end up looking weird. Right, these guys don't need to be variables. These guys do. They do. Yes, it should, Hearty Blarden, you are right. Right, so now that we've constructed that little table, we need to do each one of these individually. Honestly, being on stream has been so helpful because I make so many tiny little spelling errors and mistakes like that just while I'm not paying attention to things. Like I'll be talking whilst doing something, and having you guys there just to say, oops, you spelled that wrong, is really handy. So that's the overview page. Right, and the physical characteristics is this one. So rather than doing all of these separately, individually, together, like, we need to do them separately now. So we need... yeah, so... we need age, soul. I won't bother with comparing it to the soul's age. Mass, soul. Density, soul. Radius, soul. Soul, gravity, soul, and escape velocity. Right, so rather than doing that, which we no longer need, we now need to do a sequence instead. Do set text on all of these. Yeah, localization. One day we'll get there. Yeah, so basically, Alex, when you set up, say, a text box here, you can flag whether or not it is a variable. So making it a variable makes it available on the list here within the code graph. And then you can then access it to set its text. So then we're just reading the data from the Galaxy Gen, and then just filling that out. So like we don't need age there now, we just need that in years. So that should be that, and then we just need to go through and do that for all of them. Yeah, you can tie them to a variable. So what you can do is you can bind it here. So you can bind the text to a variable that you've already pre-created. But the problem with doing it that way is it's checking the variable on tick. So every time the UI refreshes, it's constantly checking the variables, which isn't great performance-wise. So by making it a variable and then just updating it on demand, you're not having the UI do quite as much work. At least that's how I understand it. I was told long ago, never bind them to variables unless you can get away with it. You can't get away with it. So that's that one done. Right, next. So obviously this one needs to be split, so fraction goes there. Get rid of it from there. And then get rid of that bit there. Do it. Yeah, sorry. So oh, it's gone away from the thing again. Yeah, the brackets that are there are literally just placeholders, so I know that that's what's going there. These don't actually reflect any kind of variable or relationship with anything. It's just for my benefit. It's literally just plain text. Sounds good, CSI. Merry Christmas to you. Have a good one. And hopefully we'll see each other on the 29th. Oh yeah, in this bit, I was talking about here. So here I've literally just typed that in with the brackets. That could literally be anything. It's just a placeholder. Here is where we create the variables there. I'm tempted to macro these as well, because if we have these as inputs, because the use case for this is always going to be text boxes, then I can do all the formatting, or rather all the calculations in one macro, and then every time I need to grab that data and display it, I'm just feeding it the reference to the relevant text box. Because obviously when we do the medium range and the short range version of this, it's literally the same thing. I could just copy paste this one and swap all these around, but I suppose best practice would be to use a macro. Reusing code and all, because if I need to change anything, I only need to change it once and not 3 times. Exactly that, yeah. So I'll just make sure that this actually works, and then we can macro that up. Just need to remove those little headings that shouldn't be there. Might need to do a bit of squishing on this. Right, so forgot to remove those bits. yeah, I will be adding HOTAS support to the game, so flight sticks will definitely work once we do the sublight engines. Stupid large numbers. I could probably do the Sol comparison maybe on a separate line underneath. I can also use a smaller font for that. To be honest, those numbers don't need to be quite that huge. Good question, Miner. I think we'll do the localization stuff definitely after I've got the VR test build done. Maybe as part of the next patch cycle. Because the plan at the moment is to get this demo out and then do a few follow-up builds for the public demo. So we'll probably update the public demo, if not weekly, then a couple of times a month for the next couple of months, just to make sure that everything we wanted to get in it is in it, and everything that needs fixing and polishing is fixed and polished. Once we're happy with the state of the demo as it is, then we'll stop updating it and move on to the 226 patch cycle. But in between that, I'll also put out the VR test build, and yeah, that will be public as well. So we'll do a VR test branch probably on the public demo build. If we can't integrate it, I'll see how easy it is to integrate the VR into the main build. Historically, and I am talking like 5 years ago, but it used to be the case that if you've got an HMD detected within Steam, it kind of loads up all the Steam VR stuff, and you get like pop-ups come up on screen, and it can even force the HMD rendering. So we need to make sure that if you want to play it in first person whilst having a VR headset just happens to be plugged in, it's not going to screw it up. So we just need to make sure that that works smoothly together. If it does, we'll put it in the same build. If not, it'll be a beta branch. That's an interesting one, Delta, because when I deleted like literally all of the bindings, like all the controller bindings and everything, my Xbox controller is now able to be plugged in without it messing the mouse cursor up. There must be something else going on with it. I guess the point with a flight yoke as opposed to an Xbox controller is the dead zones are going to work differently, especially if you have a throttle control, because a throttle control is not necessarily zeroed, because you obviously, at least with the one I've got with the T-Flight, like all the way back is -1 and all the way forward is 1, and 0 is actually in the middle. So it could be the case if you've got it all the way back on 0 throttle, the game is seeing that as -1, so it's seeing it as an input. But I'll have a look and see. I mean, flight yokes and joysticks should not be hiding the mouse cursor, and I don't know why they are, so that just requires a little bit more research on my part. Yeah, it'll be fully customizable. Obviously, we need all the keybinds to be customizable, so that will extend to controllers as well. Oh, thank you, Mike. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope your car gets better. But yeah, so the order of events is going to be get the demo build out, polish the demo build, probably do half a dozen or so public builds just to make sure that it's working and polished properly as we want it to be. Then work on the VR test build, and the VR test build is going to be still the 225 version, where I'm literally just going to put VR on top of it. And then once that's tested and working, then we'll draw a line under 225, move on to the 226 patch cycle, which again will remain backers only until it's ready for release, and then we'll update the demo with 226 as well. And that will be finished and polished bridge. I do intend to get all the bridge updates done. We'll have sensors and helm with spawnable NPCs that you can interact with, and all the other consoles will just be blank consoles for now. But I will do the bridge alcoves and fix the windows and do the ceiling properly, and basically just focus on the bridge for the 226 patch cycle. Oh yes, thank you, Oninani, for reminding me. Yes, and hiring people. So yeah, so alongside doing the VR build, we're going to really focus heavily on bringing in more staff. Our last couple of rounds of hiring didn't produce the people we needed in the right place. We really need people in the UK that we can employ properly. International employment is a minefield. But we'll cast a wider net and see if we can get some people interested in the project. Yeah, absolutely. We're hoping that, because as you'd expect, things have quietened down a lot since Kickstarter. There was that huge flurry of activity and all the excitement of Kickstarter completing, and then things have just kind of edged off over the past months. What's it been now? 6 months? So we need to kind of bring that hype back up a little bit, and I think the demo release will do that. Hopefully, anyway. Hopefully people are a fan of the direction we've gone in with the sensors and how we want that to work. But we shall see soon. Well, I was going to macro this, but I've just realised I've been streaming for 4 hours, so I won't. I will, however, make it smaller. See whether that helps. Maybe make this one darker as well, just to make that a bit easier to see, perhaps. And then yeah, let's put that back over there. Always perhaps do that. Actually, that might make a bit of a difference. Have a good one, AJ. Merry Christmas and thanks for watching. Oh, there we go. That fits. I'll see if I can do something with these numbers at the end. I think basically this is just a terrible font, so different font maybe might be better for this. But for now, I shall call it a night. Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes, Minor, for sure. Yeah, that one can... that one's not actually being used. There's no point comparing it to the Age of Soul. Leave it blank. I don't think there's anything broken necessarily about this build. So yeah, I think it's safe to put this out. I'll do a quick sanity check over it, and if it's good, then I'll put this out as a build for everyone to have a play with. There's nothing new particularly, it's just more rearranging of things. But yeah, I'll put it out anyway. Let's put Big Me on, shall we? Ta-da! So yes, so Merry Christmas everybody. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. And I will be streaming again on the 29th, which is a week from today. And yeah, so have a good one everyone. Enjoy the holidays, and I shall see you on the next one. Bye for now.